I mean by the word E-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gaurikund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me. Then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is usually 3 ways. 1, this is the path for you to travel. 2nd, that is the goal you need to achieve. 3rd, it's my blessing, you will travel in that path and achieve that goal.
The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world for this Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, Adi Sarvajna Pita, Bangalore. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time to Kailasha's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri Kailasha, the only and greatest cosmic, borderless Hindu nation. Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities for humanity. The Sovereign Order of Kailasha, led by His Divine Holiness, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest university with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism. And sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, and Vastu, and 64 sacred arts. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pitam, the ancient apex body of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness is the current emperor of the Shurya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore the videos, you can visit Kailasha's Nithyananda YouTube channel. For all of us, millions of Sri Kailashavasis all over the world, you and me, if we have had any spiritual breakthrough, any great experience of Kundalini awakening, if today we are able to manifest Shaktis and a great experience of Kundalini awakening, it is because at the mere age of 12, His Divine Holiness did the Tyaga of sitting with utmost sincerity and ferociousness with himself and manifesting this ultimate spiritual breakthrough. Paramashiva has come down to planet Earth and manifested this grand Leela of his life for each and every one of us to be part. His Divine Holiness has taken this physical form and came down from Kailasha itself. Now that His Divine Holiness is here, we can celebrate his happening on planet and spread the message of Sri Kailasha. We invite all the viewers to share this link on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and all other social media platforms. As we continue to introduce the Uttamottama Seva and offering of Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva and the pre-satsang leading to satsang, let us all do whatever we can to reach this message of Kailasha. There are innumerable reasons why His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam happened on planet Earth. He happened to cause the next evolutionary breakthrough to humanity. He happened to cause the Satya Yuga once again. He happened for the fulfillment of consciousness itself. He happened for the entire humanity. He happened exclusively for you at the same time. Ultimately, however, in words that cannot quite be summarized either by himself or his devotee, the true reason behind the happening of His Divine Holiness is nothing but true, pure compassion. This realization will happen in you after reading and listening story of His Divine Holiness, all of his gifts for humanity and his sacrifices. You will journey through all the years that his feet graced on planet Earth and will learn the greatest of his lessons. And your aspirations for life itself will mature. You are yourself will have the realization that brings tears to your eyes and ultimate surrender to your mind. Avatar of Paramashiva happened on planet Earth just to realize we are also Paramashiva. Today we are offering Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva, His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. Uttamottama Seva is a ritual from the Vedic tradition, from the original scriptures. Uttamottama means best of the best, and Seva is offering. So it is the ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. Whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us millionfold, many millionfold. And Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains, our knowledge, our people, our skill, everything. Offering the best of the best is the way we can offer our gratitude and Paramashiva being integrated to his words. Hence, as per the instructions of Paramashiva in the physical form of Satyanamurti, the avatar, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, we offer this seva to Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, the presiding deity of the Nithyananda Sangha. Uttamottama Seva is an intrinsic ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. So many offerings are there that come from the best of the best that is offered in Vedic tradition, from the instruments to the offering of the food that should be offered to Paramashiva. The various types of dance, in the way it is danced, Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. We offer Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Abharanam, Archanam, Dupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, Aratrikam, Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Gruhya Suktam, Agama Stotram, Dravida Vedam, Natyam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva. He has given these to us. Offering them back at his feet is what we do during this seva, whereby we experience the intense Shakti Pata and Advaita, the oneness space with him, and manifest Shaktis of Paramashiva. And since it's also Agama Vidhi, the Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during this seva. The best of the food that is offered as Naivedyam, the best movement a body can make offered as dance, Nritya Seva, the best of the sound offered as music, Sangeeta Seva, the best of the consciousness offered as the power manifestation, the Shakti Avishkarana, the best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today, during this Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva, we will explore more on the autobiography of the avatar. Why should we listen to His Divine Holiness experiences and the avatar's autobiography? We don't know how many births we have struggled or prayed to have a master. We are not even aware of our own true yearning. A master happening in our life is not a joke. We ourselves do not know how many births we have struggled and prayed intensely to have a glimpse of a living master. His Divine Holiness beautifully shares, my life is not an individual history. The signs of crores of Vedic dharmas, incarnations, and rishis have been realized once again in me. If you understand my biography, you will understand that enlightenment science. You cannot understand an enlightened being biography without having an enlightenment. The reason why I'm narrating my biography along with this is enlightenment will also flower in you. So understand these enlightening truths deeply. First, we should understand for human beings such as you and I, our life stories are written after we die. But for avatars, the script is written and the avatar comes down and then it is enacted. Listening to the experiences of His Divine Holiness is literally an initiation. The seed of possibility for that experience to happen in you is bestowed and blessed on us. We must understand that the ultimate truth of His Divine Holiness life is that from the very beginning, He is the ultimate consciousness and has been expressing Paramashiva from the beginning. Never once He came down from that space. Just for the sake of our transformation, His Divine Holiness shares the experiences of his life so that our whole biology can catch what he's saying and what he experienced and reflect the very experience in our space. When we listen to that experience, we have the opportunity to raise ourselves that minute to the higher consciousness. Having this in our inner space, let us understand about the life of the avatar. Is a guru necessary for enlightenment? In the Vedic tradition, the spiritual teacher, the guru, or the master is said to be more important than God. God always, God is always and everywhere, but it is the guru who opens the disciples' eyes to the existence of God. The guru is the doorway to one's own experience of the divine. He is the mirror that helps you to recognize the truth that is already within you. In fact, the Guru is the only scripture that is alive. Surrendering to God is difficult because you do not know who or where God is. God is mere concept to you, but Master is real. Through his form, you can take a quantum jump to the divine. Life itself can be your master. If you have the intelligence to pick up the right things from the life, from these experiences, life itself can be a wonderful teacher. If you know how to learn from it, if you can hear with utter clarity the voice of your own true being, you do not need any external master. You do not have to surrender to anyone outside. Just surrender to your own highest consciousness. Through that is enough. Recognizing the Guru in one's own highest self is the most beautiful experience that happens with enlightenment. The last bliss, the ultimate bliss, is the final bliss you experience in the space of being a disciple. Enjoy it now itself. Do not miss it. You may lose it after enlightenment. Even His Divine Holiness says, I tell you, you will really, really miss the guru disciple relationship even after enlightenment. It's a joy to be sitting and just melting, listening to some words and missing some words, heart melting, eyes pouring, muscles melting like ice cream. The throat choking and head stranding at the end, body losing its feeling of being possessed by ego, just sitting simply and listening. The readiness to listen. It is not a joke. Among billions of people on the planet Earth, blessed are those who have the readiness to listen to their heart. His Divine Holiness shares, I'm not even saying that you should listen to me and all that. I'm not even saying be my disciple. I am just saying being a disciple, being a receiver. It's a joy. Even if you are a disciple of an ordinary stone or a tree, it's okay. It's a joy of receptivity, receiving. When it is experienced in your biomemory, the body loses the feeling of being possessed. All the time, we feel our body is being possessed by ego. When our ego possesses our whole body will be stressed and heavy. But when we really sit and melt, the very idea of being possessed by ego disappears and dissolves. Finally, in His Divine Holiness shares that he shares that his childhood he has seen at least 50 people in Arunachala amazingly declaring the yogic powers through extraordinary lifestyle, living the powers of Paramashiva, radiating the powers of Paramashiva. He says, I have seen the masters who were so vividly, directly declaring the powers of Paramashiva. He says, I have seen masters who are declaring proudly the powers of Paramashiva. They were joyful, ecstatic all the time. They came what may come what may come. They were just out of this world. His Divine Holiness never saw suffering or disturbance in their faces, even though they lived in utter poverty, which is a chosen conscious choice by them. They just feel that they do not need anything. There is so much fulfillment in their inner space. When remembering those enlightened beings, His Divine Holiness says, I really feel that without those 50 people, humanity is so poor. It does not know its possibilities. If it does not have any more living examples. He continues to narrate that I'm not even talking about Ravana Maharshi's generation, but living as an example the things Yogi Ramaswamy Kumar used to teach. Surakai Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamalai Swami, Thinnai Swami, Sadhus Om, Mataji Vivekanandapuri, Isakti Swamigal, Raghupati Yogi, all of them were living just 50 years ago. Today, His Divine Holiness has made the commitment and taken the responsibility that he will create at least 200 people who will manifest the same state and offer it to the garland for Arunachala. Guru is such a fundamental part in our lives. And every being deserves to discover this beautiful aspect of Hindu tradition. It would be like an experience, the Guru Sishya Parampara, the relationship of a beautiful, sacred being a disciple to a Guru. Today, our Gurukul Balasans are offering Uttamottama Seva to His Divine Holiness Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us all stay tuned and enjoy the offering of this Uttamottama Seva to the Divine Lotus feet as a gratitude. Let us all stay tuned and enjoy this Uttamottama Seva and get the blessings of His Divine Holiness. Nithyanandam. Thank you.
So I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, there bright young sadhu walking towards me. Then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in 3 ways. 1, this is the path for you to travel. 2nd, that is the goal you need to achieve. 3rd, it's my blessing, you will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
is the offering of the Chaturvedam. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturvedam Avadharaya. Harihi Om Agniile Purohitam Yajnasya Devam Rikvidam Hotaharam Ratnadhatavam Harihi Om Harihi Om Isheto Tretva Vayavasto Vayavasta Devo Vastavita Prarpayatu Shresthatamaya Karmane Harihi Om Agna Ayahi Pitaye Granano Havyadhataye Nihota Tapsi Varihishi Harihi Om Channo Devi Rabhishtaya Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Chanyo Rabhishravantanaha Harihi Om. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivam is the offering of the Agama Shlokas. Devadev Magritadamavihi Jnanadisharaguna-yete Tatrastaha Prabhavantihi Tavai Mahakriya-rupa Samhitaika-kriyamasa Animadi-gunanasto Karoti cha Evam Mamecha-jnanakya Vyakya Shakti-ruchyate. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivam is the offering of this Uttama Seva. सर्वदेवोत्तम देवता सर्वभौम अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव स्तोत्रप्य स्तोत्रमवधारय। शरीरं स्वरूपं तथा काकलत्रं यच्चारुचित्रं धनं मेरुतुल्यम् मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं कलत्रं धनं पुत्रपौत्रादि सर्वं गृहं बान्धवा सर्वमेतद्धि जातम् मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं षडङ्गादिवेदो मुखे शास्त्रविद्यादिगत्यं सुपद्यं करोति मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं विदेशेषु मान्यस्वदेशेषु नन्य तदाचारविद्येषु मन्तो न चान्या मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं क्षमामण्डले भूपालवृन्दे सदा सेवितं यज्ञपादारविन्दम् मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं यशो मे गतं भिक्षुदानं प्रतापा जगद्वस्तु सर्वं करे यत्प्रसादात् मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं अरण्येन वासस्य गेहेन कार्येण देहे मनो वर्तते मे त्वनध्ये मनस्येन लग्नं गुरोरङ्घ्रिपद्मे ततः किं गुरोरष्टकं यः पठेत् पुण्यदेहि यथेद्भूपते ब्रह्मचारी जगेहि लभे क्वाचिदातं पदं ब्रह्म संज्ञं गुरोरुक्तवाक्ये मनो यस्य लग्नं गुरोरुक्तवाक्ये मनो यस्य लग्नम्। ॐ नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकलतत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतत्त्वविदूराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकण्ठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्दूलितविग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकालरौद्रावताराय तक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालभेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गङ्गाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय षडाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनन्तकोटिब्रह्माण्डनायकाय अनन्तवासुकितक्षककार्कोटकशङ्खगुलिकपद्ममहापद्मेत्यष्टमहानागकुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रहनक्षत्रमालिने सकलाय कलङ्करहिताय सकललोकैककर्त्रे सकललोकैकभर्त्रे सकललोकैकसंहर्त्रे सकललोकैकगुरवे सकललोकैकसाक्षिणे सकलनिगमगुह्याय सकलवेदान्तपारगाय सकललोकैकवरप्रदाय सकललोकैकशङ्कराय शशाङ्कशेखराय शाश्वतनिजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय निर्मदाय निश्चिन्ताय निरहङ्काराय निरङ्कुशाय निष्कलङ्काय निर्गुणाय निष्कामाय निरुपप्लवाय निरुपद्रवाय निरवध्याय निरन्तराय निष्कारणाय निरन्तकाय निष्प्रपञ्चाय निस्सङ्गाय निर्द्वन्द्वाय निराधाराय निरागाय निष्क्रोधाय निर्लोपाय निष्पापाय निर्भयाय निर्विकल्पाय निर्भेदाय निष्क्रियाय निस्तुलाय निस्संशयाय निरुपमविभवाय नित्यशुद्धबुद्ध परिपूर्ण सच्चिदानन्दाद्वयाय परमशान्तस्वरूपाय तेजोरूपाय तेजोमयाय जय जय रुद्र महारौद्र भद्रावतार महाभैरव कालभैरव कल्पान्तभैरव कपालमालाधर खट्वांग खड्ग चर्म पाशांकुश डमरू शूल चाप बाण गदा शक्ति बिंडिपाल तोमर मुसल मुद्गर पाश परिघ भुषुंडी षटग्नि चक्राद्यायुध भीषण कर सहस्रमुखदंष्ट्राकराल वदन विकटाट्टहास स्फारित ब्रह्मांड मंडल नागेन्द्र कुंडल नागेन्द्र हार नागेन्द्र वलय नागेन्द्र निकेतन मृत्युंजय त्रयंबक विश्वरूप विरूपाक्ष विश्वेश्वर वृषभवाहन विश्वभूषण विश्वतोमुख सर्वतो रक्ष रक्ष मां ज्वल ज्वल महामृत्युमपमृत्युभयं नाशय नाशय चोर भयं उत्सादय उत्सादय विषसर्पभयं शमय शमय चोरान् मारय मारय मम शत्रून् उत्थाटय उत्थाटय त्रिशूलेन विधारय विधारय कुठारेण भिण्डि भिण्डि खड्गेन छिण्डि छिण्डि खट्वाङ्गेन विपोधय विपोधय मुसलेन निष्पेषय निष्पेषय बाणैः तन्ताटय तन्ताटय रक्षांसि भीषय भीषय भूतानि विद्रावय विद्रावय कूष्माण्ड मारीच वेताल ब्रह्मराक्षसगणान् सन्ताटय सन्ताटय माम् अभयं कुरु कुरु विप्रत्वं माम् आश्वासय आश्वासय नरकभयान् माम् उद्धर उद्धर सञ्जीवय सञ्जीवय क्षुत्पिभ्यां माम् आप्यायय आप्यायय दुःखातुरं माम् आनन्दय आनन्दय शिवकवचेन माम् आच्छाटय आच्छाटय मृत्युञ्जय त्रयम्बक सदाशिव परमशिव नमस्ते नमस्ते. The next offering, Abhyutamut. Guys, if you stop walking around, please. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi. The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Veda. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Veda Mahadaraya. Shiva Tiruchitrambalam Veyur Soli Pangan Idamunda Kandan Miganalla Veenai Kadavi Masar Tingal Gangai Mudimela Ninde Ennulame Pugunda Adanal Nyayiru Tingal Sevvai புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டு முதனே ஆசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல அடியாரவர்க்கு மிகவே சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
The next offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Sangeeta Seva. Deva Devo Uttama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Sangeeta Priya Sangeetam Avadharaya Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyathilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami गुरु हमारे मन मंदिर में गुरु हमारे प्यार सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव गुरु हमारे तन मन सब है गुरु हमारे प्राण सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान सारे विश्व का वो Nithyananda Bhagavan. Om Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva Deva Jaya Gurudev. Guru हमारे धन दौलत में गुरु हमारे प्यार. गुरु हमारे धन दौलत में गुरु हमारे प्यार. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. देव जय गुरु गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव. ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव. ओम गुरुदेव जय गुरुदेव. देव जय गुरुदेव. देव जय गुरुदेव. गुरु हमारे मन मंदिर में गुरु हमारे प्यार. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. गुरु हमारे तन मन सब है गुरु हमारे प्राण. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. गुरु हमारे धन दौलत में गुरु हमारे प्यार. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. गुरु हमारे मन मंदिर में गुरु हमारे प्यार. सारे विश्व का वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. सारे विश्व वो है दाता नित्यानंद भगवान. नित्यानंद भगवान. नित्यानंद भगवान.
What I mean by the word E-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa? Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivam is the offering of the Nritya Seva. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivam Nitya Nritamavadharaya.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gaurikund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in 3 ways. 1. This is the path for you to travel. 2. That is the goal you need to achieve. 3. It's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, And when I was traveling in Himalayas, just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly, in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me. Then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeswari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeswara Paramashivam is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. देवदेवोत्तम देवता सार्वभौमा अखिलांड कोटि ब्रह्मांड नायक श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करण प्रिय परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करण अवधारय नित्यानंदं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं निर्मलमचलं सर्वरीशाक्षिविभूतम् भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam, I welcome all of you with my love and respect to today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. I am Manikeya Nityananda and I'm 13 years old and I'm a Balasan of the Nithyananda Gurukul. And along with me here, I have an extraordinary Balasan who is going to be manifesting the power of third eye for today's Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Yes. Now, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam. I am Vanchika and I am 14 years old and I have been studying within the Gurukul past 2 years and manifesting my powers.
Yes, very beautiful. And along with us, we also have a volunteer. Now, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam. என்னோட பேர் பூங்குழலி. ஆதி கைலாஷ்ல 1 year வாலண்டியர் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். நான் ஆல்ரெடி ஓட்டியா 12 வருஷமா இருக்கேன்.
Yes, as a sweet lady. She told that her name is Makungure and she is coming from Tamil Nadu and she has been volunteering in Adi Kailash for past 1 year and she is a devotee of Swamiji for 15 years. Let us begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality. Today, the incarnation of Paramashiva walks among us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, initiating millions of disciples all across the globe into the science of power manifestation from the Vedagamas. The Vedagamas are the direct revelations by Paramashiva himself and are the source scriptures of Hinduism, which we will be looking into shortly. Today, out of the 463 extraordinary Shaktis, you will be witnessing the Shakti of third eye viewing, blindfold viewing. As you see here, I have an eye band, and this blindfold is tested by doctors in India, one of the top 10 eye doctors in India, and has been tested and proven that there can be no light entering through this eye band. As you can see, the opaque sheet in front and There's a thick hole behind, and there's two holes where the eyes can comfortably fit, and no light can pass through this. No light can enter through this, and there's a strap to comfortably strap to your head. Yes. And along with me here, I also have a pen, and I have 3 sheets of blank papers. 3 sheets of blank papers and a pen along with me. And I'll be handing this over to Ma Pumule before we begin the power manifestation, and she will be writing anything she wants. She can write letters, she can write words, she can write sentences, she can write paragraphs, she can draw, she can write in a different language. She can do anything she wants on the paper. And Ma Vanchika here is Ma Pumule is going to blindfold Ma Vanchika over here, and Ma Vanchika will be manifesting this power after. And before we begin the power manifestation today, Vanchika will be connecting to Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, which is the direct passport which continuously reminds us that we are Paramashiva and raises us to a higher frequency. And before that, I'll be handing this I-band over to Ma Kumade. Yes, we can blindfold Ma Vanchika now. And to authenticate and manifest this power in complete integrity, Ma Vanchika will not be touching the I-band. Only Ma Kumade will be touching it, and even if there's any need of adjustments, Ma Vanchika will tell Ma Kumade, and Ma Kumade will be the one who's touching the I-band. Ma Vanchika will not be touching the I-band to maintain the integrity and authenticity of this power. Ma Vanchika, are you comfortable with the way the I-band is? Yes. Ma Kumade, are you comfortable with the way the I-band is placed? Yes. Ma Vanchika, look up. Look down. Look right. Left. Yes. And now we'll be chanting the Mahavakya and connecting with Paramashiva. And meanwhile, I'll be handing over this to Ma Kumade. Yes, ma'am. You can write anything you want on this, and we'll be chanting the Mahavakya and reading. And Ma Vanchika will be reading anything which you like. You can start writing now. Yes, Ma Vanchika, you can start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, ma'am. 10 minutes. Can you just say again, ma'am? Thank you. Yes. And while Mapungurai is writing on the piece of paper, I'll just be authenticating this whole experience to you by sharing the Apta Pramana, which is the authentic, foolproof, and time-tested experiences and compilations of Vedic rishis and scientists who have time-tested and verified this amazing science. So, the Apta Pramana, for the power of third eye reading, goes back to the time when Paramashiva was in deep meditation, and Devi this playfully comes and this closes his eyes, including his third eye, and the whole world just plunged into darkness. There was no light anywhere, and the whole world was just plunged into darkness. And immediately, Paramashiva opened his third eye and gave light to the whole world. And this is the beautiful Apta Pramana for this power of third eye. Mapungure is still writing. Yes, Mapungure, are you ready, ma? You can just show the paper to all the viewers, to the camera. All of you can see what is written on this paper, and now Mapungure, you can hand this over to Mavanchika. Yes, Mavanchika, please start reading. Mavanchika, you can tell when you are ready. And meanwhile,
I'm ready.
yes, Mavanchika, you can tell.
So, Mapungure has written, wish you happy birthday, Vanchika, Swamiji's blessing.
Yes, you can show it to the camera. Yes, and let's say one more thing on the paper, ma. Would you like to read that? And what you are seeing here is Shakti, not Siddhi. Shaktis and Siddhis have a huge difference. Shaktis are attained just by a simple touch and initiation of the avatar himself, whereas Siddhis are attained through years and years of tapas. As you see in India, so many rishis and munis will be standing on one leg with their hands in their air, for years and years together, just to get a glimpse of these Shaktis and just to be able to, even to manifest them. They'll be doing tapas for years and years together. But with Paramashiva's extreme compassion, Paramashiva has come down in the form of the supreme concept of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And he is initiating us into all these powers, and we are able to manifest them immediately after the initiation. Yes, Mamanchika?
So Swami showed me that Mapungade is written on the paper, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Wish you happy birthday, Vanchika. Swamiji's blessing.
Yes. All of you can see. As you all can see. Yes. And all these powers are manifested just with the grace and blessings of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Yes, ma, you can write anything else. You can even write in a different language, and Mamanchika will be tracing it down. You can write anything you want, and we'll be doing one more round. And by all the Apta Pramanas we are sharing from past so many days for these various powers, you all might be wondering if our ancestors were able to manifest these powers so beautifully and were able to manifest this as a day-to-day lifestyle, what happened to us now? Shouldn't we be better? The answer is delusion. Delusions from generation to generation to generation. And that is why Paramashiva has landed on planet Earth, and he is reviving this science of power manifestation and initiating all of us into these powers. And it is a very rare opportunity with the living incarnation himself. So do not miss this opportunity. Even all of you can manifest these powers. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You can show to the camera, ma'am. All the viewers can see what is written on the paper, and yes, you can give it to Mavanchika now.
So yes, so Swamiji showed me that Mapungada is written Om Muruga blessing.
Yes, and would you like to see more and read further, Mavanchika?
So yes, Swamiji showed me that Mungada has written
Yes.
I love Swamiji.
Yes. Very beautiful. Yes, now you can see this is what is written. And it is not that only we are able to manifest these powers, even all of you have a third eye. It just has to be you just have to be initiated, and your third eye just has to be awakened by the living incarnation himself. So do not miss this opportunity. You can attend the Paramashivoham level 2 programs, and you can also start manifesting these extraordinary shaktis. And with this, we would like to offer our gratitude and love at the divine lotus feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva. We thank you all for joining us in today's segment of the Uttamottama Seva. We invite all of you to join us for tomorrow's segment of the Uttamottama Seva, 6 p.m. IST. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
So I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly, in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of Kailasa, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of Kailasa, Kailasa nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become E-Kailashian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport.
Save our planet. Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now. One change can save our planet. Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now.
Animal agriculture industry influences, politics, government, news media, the education scheme system, health professionals and organizations in order to promote their products.
Listen. Food is the first idea, concept with which exploitation on you starts. It is through food society enslaves you.
Consumers have lost the ability to decide for ourselves what and how much to eat. Those decisions are made instead by animal food producers who control our buying choices with artificially low prices, misleading messaging, and heavy control over legislation and regulation. Your vote can change this. Veg or non-veg? kailasa.org/kailasa-voting.
Gurum tam namami. Nithyanandam, welcoming all of the viewers who are gathered with us across the world. Before we begin, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. His Divine Holiness is, as we prepare for the Nithyananda Satsang, it's at this time that we gather, no matter where we're coming from across the world, for the divine darshan of Paramashiva and the Nithyananda Satsang, the time where we get to soak into the powerful cognitions that help us achieve the superconscious breakthrough. After this most beautiful Uttama Seva, the offering of the best to the divine lotus feet of Paramashiva, it's at this time that we take the opportunity to come together and prepare ourselves for satsang. Today we are every day during this time we take the opportunity to remind each and every one of us of the ongoing Hindu vote that is happening. But before we begin, for those of you who may not know, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is the avatar from and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The sovereign order of Kailasa and the monks and nuns and the Hindu diaspora work collectively for global initiatives towards global peace and superconscious breakthrough for humanity. The Nithyananda Hindu University is collecting and reviving each and every one of the 20 million Hindu source books on various subjects, including the various sciences of Hinduism, the science of Ayurveda, and the arts such as music, dance, and so forth. I invite all of the viewers who are watching now to take this opportunity to share the link and let us spread the message of Sri Kailasa. You can share the link on Facebook, YouTube, on Twitter, Instagram, in all of the platforms with all of your friends and relatives. Now, over the last few weeks, we have been continuously talking about the Hindu vote that's going on for the Hindu diaspora. And let us wanted to present to you today a brief history of the democracy as we know it. Now, popular rhetoric claims that the first democracy was the ancient Roman or the Greek civilization. But we know that Hindu civilization was the first democracy. And you can join into this revival of the Hindu democracy. And the first vote that His Divine Holiness is doing currently, you can follow the link and cast your vote at kailasa.org in order to cast your vote and become a part of the large Hindu diaspora that is working towards a change in humanity. As we know it, the words Sabha and Samiti are mentioned in both the Rig Veda and Atharva Veda. The earliest manuscripts available for the Rig Veda date back to 1500 BCE. And this scripture, which we have with us, is not counting what has been destroyed after 1500 BCE. His Divine Holiness is reviving the voting system in the Hindu democracy through Kailasa. So you can join the Hindu vote going on now at kailasa.org, the link provided. In these meetings, a decision was made after the discussion with the kings, ministers, and scholars at that time. This shows how politics was at that time because people together used to settle the decisions of the Sabha and Samiti with good vision. Even the selection of the Lord Indra was also due to these committees during the Vedic period and the prehistoric period from our Puranas. At that time, Indra was the post which was known as King of the Kings. The word republic has been used 40 times in Rig Veda, 9 times in Atharva Veda, and in Brahmin texts many times. And why I'm telling all of this and sharing with you all of this information is because the democracy is rooted in Hinduism, more than 4,000 years, and rooted in a civilization that was even before the time of the Greeks and Romans. And now His Divine Holiness is reviving that civilization once again. And you can participate participate in it by casting your vote now. Once again, you can follow the link provided to join the Hindu vote. The terms Sabha, gathering, and Samiti, the small gathering, Rajan or Raja, the leader, exists and are found in the Vedic literature. Rig Veda also says that the position of the king was not absolute and he could be removed by the Sabha or assembly. If you remember, if any of the viewers remember, this very thing is what His Divine Holiness Swamiji had revealed in satsang, knowing, of course, that the Hindu democracy was the root of democracy as we know it today. After the Vedic period, the description of small republics is found in which people participate together in the decision-making process related to the administration. The republic was defined as democratic system in ancient Hindu civilization. In the Atreya Brahmins, Ashtadhyayi of Panini, inscriptions of Mahabharata, Ashoka pillars, and the historical writings of contemporary historians, in the Manusmriti, various historical evidences are found for the root of democracy being in Hinduism. And that is what His Divine Holiness is reviving today. You can participate in this vote by going to kailasa.org/kailasa-voting-1, and you can cast your vote now on at the link provided for joining in this huge event that is ongoing across Kailasa. Now we have a few of the presentations that are following up. I'll now hand it over to them for finding out what this vote will actually do to change the world and the future.
One change can save our planet. Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now. One change can save our planet. Can save our forests. Want to know how? Do you know what pollutes the planet the most? What contributes almost as much to greenhouse gas emissions as all the world's planes, trains, and automobiles combined? It's the meat industry. Farmlands for the meat industry is the major reason for deforestation, which is melting our glaciers, melting our Mother Earth itself. What is your choice? Veg or non-veg? Your vote can save our planet. Cast your vote now.
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadasham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. My name is Nithyananda, and my name is Nithyananda, and today we'll be speaking on the topic you never know the worth of water until the land runs. So basically, we'll be talking about drought and how meat eating and meat industry is related to this major problem the whole world is facing right now. An estimated 55 million people globally are affected by droughts every year, and they are the most serious hazard to livestock and crops in nearly every part of the world. Drought threatens people's livelihood, increases the risk of diseases and death, and fuels mass migration. Water scarcity impacts 40% of the world's population, and as many as 700 million people are at risk of being displaced as a result of drought by 2030. Rising temperatures caused by climate change are making already dry regions drier and wet regions wetter. In dry regions, this means that when temperatures rise, water evaporates more quickly and thus increases the risk of drought or prolongs periods of drought. Between 80 to 90% of all documented disasters from natural hazards during the past 10 years have resulted from floods, droughts, tropical cyclones, heat waves, and severe storms. When droughts cause water and food shortages, there can be many impacts on the health of the affected population, which may increase the risk of disease and death. Drought may have acute and chronic health effects, including malnutrition due to the decreased availability of food, including micronutrient deficiency, such as iron deficiency and anemia. Somalia, Ethiopia, Djibouti, and Eritrea, people are feeling the impact of severe drought. Farmers are struggling to achieve crop targets, livestock is dying, and food prices have increased due to this problem. The population is anticipated to grow as people struggle to survive with less food and water. In this picture, you can see the Ethiopian children who are basically starved at such a young age. Approximately a quarter of the world's population does not have enough food for survival, and nearly 1 billion people become hungry every year. One of the reasons for undernourishment and hunger is drought, which reduces agricultural production, leading to food shortage. In half of the 21st century, drought was a leading cause of food shortage in the world. Understand that food shortage is a common problem among many out there. It's sad many of us are not aware of situations such as this. Every 10 seconds, a child under the age of 5 dies of starvation. Your vote matters. You have the power to change this whole situation upside down. and understand just with your vote, you are actually giving the voice to the voiceless in the other part of the world who are continuously suffering with such unimaginable pain. So, all of you, pick out your phones right now, go to kailasa.org and make the right vote. And at the same time, go on Twitter and voice out your opinion under the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Severe drought can also affect air quality by making wildfires and dust storms more likely, increasing health risk in people already impacted by lung diseases like asthma or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease with heart disease. Understand the increase in greenhouse gases and water shortage has resulted in frequent droughts around the world. Understand that the reason why 500,000 children are going with a hungry stomach every night to bed is because of this. We do have a solution in our hand. We may not be able to stop a natural calamity, but we have the power to reduce the suffering. Understand, droughts may be considered a natural calamity, but the increase in greenhouse gases that is happening around the world today is the reason as to why it is happening so frequently in every place, and the affected are the ones that are truly suffering. And meat industry is one of the most majority of the contributing factor to actually increase the greenhouse in this whole world. And due to this, the number of droughts, the number of dry lands are increasing just solely because of this. So many slaughterhouse factories and many meat industries are releasing greenhouse gases this way, but we're very unaware of this whole situation. We're not understanding that just satisfying our taste buds by choosing a meat eating diet actually puts millions of the children in Ethiopia and Africa and Somalia in a very, very bad disease state, just so we can satisfy our hunger, our taste buds. So we encourage all of you to go right now to kailasa.org and make the right vote. Let us stop this atrocity that other people are facing just so we can actually satisfy our taste buds. Huge reductions in meat eating are essential to avoid dangerous climate change, according to the most comprehensive analysis yet of the food system's impact on the environment. Food production already causes great damage to the environment via greenhouse pollution. But without action, its impact will get far worse as the world population rises by 2.3 billion people by 2015. Even now, when we have less than the 2.3 billion people living on planet Earth, understand that even now there is one majority of the population that goes hungry, one majority of the population that is dying of starvation, and yet the the amount of meat that is being produced still today keeps on increasing. The food that is supposed to be equally distributed to humans is being fed to these animals that are being forced to be in cages just so they can meet their doom in the most brutalist of ways. We all have been presented with a golden opportunity on a silver platter by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on this Hindu voting. Here we can voice out what we think is right. We have been educating all of you and giving the knowledge on what is really happening based on this particular topic of meat eating and meat industry. And understand these are all authentic scientific reports which have actually had a huge impact. And it's said that world population rises by 2.3 billion people by 2050. But if we don't take action right now, we will not be able to see 2050 like how we are seeing 2020 right now. It is actually depleting at a very fast rate, and we will not be presented with another opportunity in the future. And this is actually the right time to pick up our phones and make the right vote and end this whole suffering once and for all. So we encourage all of you to go right now to kailasa.org and encourage everybody to vote for the right cause.
Your vote can save millions of lives, just a click of a button. You have all been given this beautiful opportunity to decide how we are going to be moving forward with our future. Understand the world had been ignorant before, but right now, take this opportunity to restore yourself to the betterment of the whole world. Let us actually leave a beautiful and an amazing earth for the next generation the by taking this opportunity to voice out what is right and take a strong stance in voting for the right cause. Again, I encourage each and every single one of you who has participated in this presentation to go kailasa.org and vote for what you think is right. And at the same time, enrich as much as people as possible to vote for the right cause. Go to Twitter and voice out what you think is right, and under the hashtag Hindus votes are sacred. If you have not been convinced yet, there are further stats and reports on how this meat eating industry is the sole and the majority reason for why droughts are constant and often happening in this world. And yet, only the underprivileged are the ones that are suffering from these that are happening all over the world. Now, for people who are very skeptical about this whole thing, let us actually get the logical field of how this is actually meat industry is the reason why most of the water is sucked out of the earth. How much water does it take? Gallons of water required to make 1 pound of food. So imagine, if you can look at the stats, for 1 pound of beef you need 1847 gallons of water, whereas vegetables you need mere 39 gallons of water. You can see that high difference, a drastic stark difference between the stats itself. So understand there are still scientific reports on what is right and what is not, and if we let us not get into the technicalities, because we all are mature enough to know what is happening in this world. And droughts may be due to less rainfall, but the water that is already there on planet Earth is something that we can save. It's something that we can distribute equally around those who are suffering. This way we reduce their suffering. This way we give them a new life. Instead of overusing everything that we already have and waiting until we get more, we can use it in the right way. While millions of people around the world are experiencing droughts and water shortages, much of the world's water supply is being diverted to animal agriculture. It takes 20,940 liters of water to produce just 1 kilogram of meat, and only 503 liters of water to produce 1 kilogram of wheat. A vegetarian diet requires only about 1,137 liters of water per day, while a meat-based diet requires more than 15,160 liters of water per day. That is 14,000 change difference between a vegetarian diet and a non-vegetarian diet. Imagine the amount of water we can save just by going vegetarian. It is clear that raising animals for food is a tremendous strain on our already limited water supply, and water is used much more efficiently when it goes towards producing crops for human consumption. Understand, this is just amount of water required for one person in this entire world. The entire population that is eating meat, and you times that with this number, you will understand how much water is being wasted every day. Number one, the animals that are there in these livestock farms, they're truly suffering because they are being overfed, tortured, and brutally killed. Number two, 1/3 of the world is suffering from loss of food and just the basic necessity of just water for them to be able to drink. Even that is being deprived in today's world. Nearly half of all water used in the United States goes to raising animals for food. It takes more than 2,400 gallons of water to produce 1 pound of meat, while it takes only 25 gallons to produce 1 pound of wheat. Understand that you have the power to change this. Your vote matters. What you decide now decides the way the future works. Now we are being presented with a beautiful opportunity to be able to bring an end to all to the suffering of these animals that are crying out, to the suffering of the people that are crying out, to the suffering of these children that are not even living past the age of 5. It is only up to you to make the right decision. It is so simple. It is just a change into a pure vegetarian diet. That is all is required for you to be able to help the earth. Just a small step of turning vegetarian.
Every second in this world, an animal's life is taken out to fill a person's plate. Understand, we are not playing a fair game while taking out a life, a soul out of a body to satisfy just mere taste buds. And the taste that we all feel does not last for a long time. Instead, just lasts for a few seconds. And we are actually putting through an animal to such torture by overfeeding them and at the same time depriving water from the whole world just so we can overfeed the animal. We can actually have the livestock done and kill the animal and at last and present the animal as a food, just so we can satisfy our taste buds, which last for more less than 10 seconds. So understand what state we have actually come to now.
We're just going to be laying down more facts. If you can see these two photos that are there in front of us now, you can see for an entire vegetarian meal with dal, potatoes, rice, salad, and brinjal with chapatis, it is less than 1,000 liters of water that's being used. But just for one dish of a non-vegetarian meal, for instance, with chicken, it's 4,325 liters. With beef, 1 kilo of this goes up to 1,300 liters, 13,000 liters. Just take a look at this. Just for one dish of a non-vegetarian meal, it takes more than 4,325 liters. Imagine the amount of water that is. Imagine the amount of people that can be quenched with this amount of water if we provide it to them. The number of people who will be given a proper diet. Just with we had so much water we're using in the agricultural field of growing either rice, wheat, something that is more, more, more and more capable of being eaten by a lot of people. This non-vegetarian meal may satisfy your needs for one meal. That's all. It may not fill your stomach because it is not a complete meal. But for an entire vegetarian meal altogether, put together, it is less than 1,000 liters.
Kavan Aya has actually tweeted saying, "What suffocation can one escape by removing his own lungs and spitting nicely at his own reflection? When will excitement and involvement drink together? Or have they been drinking beyond our range?" Hashtag Hindus' votes are sacred. Hashtag sunrise, sunset. So this is actually a really good tweet. Understand, we are actually putting ourselves and our health in jeopardy. Not just us, but we are putting other people's life at risk. At the same time, brutally torturing the animals just by choosing this mere meat-eating diet can actually put the whole world in such a chaos. You can see the chain reaction of just how a meat eating diet can cause in a person's life, not just in your life alone, but in the animal's life. At the same time, providing the animal the food and the water, deprives the food and the water the people in Somalia, Ethiopia, and literally the other side of the world. This chain reaction is enough to destroy the world. Right now, we encourage all of you to go to Twitter right now and voice out what you think is right under hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. What do all of you feel about this? Give us your original and honest, genuine opinion on this that we're presenting right now. What do you feel about water getting deprived from the kids in Ethiopia and Somalia, and the main reason being the meat industry. Just a meat diet is actually depriving the water and the basic necessities from a child in Ethiopia and Somalia. So we encourage all of you to go right now to Twitter and tweet what you feel about this. Imagine yourself in the shoes of a hungry child, merely 10 years old, and the basic necessities of life, which are completely free and it's provided by Mother Earth, is taken away from you so others can enjoy a hearty meal. So we request all of you to go to Twitter and voice out your opinion right now under the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. Imagine yourself being the mother who cannot even provide the basic necessities of life solely because it is not available in the world. And the reason behind unavailability? Because it is going into these livestock farming. These animals that are again brutally killed so they can be served on other man's plate. It takes just a total of 860 liters for this full course vegetarian meal. Whereas just for one part of a non-vegetarian meal, it takes more than 4,325 liters of water. That is if you decide to eat chicken. But when it goes, if you are in US, where beef consumption is more than any other country in the world, just for 1 kilo of beef, it goes up to 13,000 liters. This all make the right decision now, because it is only up to us to be able to lead this world into a better future. We are the key decision makers as of today. Let us be the inspiration for others to take up a completely pure vegetarian lifestyle, the sattvic organic lifestyle Swamiji is introducing us to. Understand, over the past week, we have touched upon basically all the topics related to the meat industry and meat eating diet. From the misconceptions the whole world follow, from the guidelines, from the so-called scientific reports, authentic scientific reports that the people follow, and at the same time, the same authentic reports are jeopardizing the lives of people's health and their children, and and more information on how just this meat eating diet is affecting the other parts of the world by depriving the basic necessities from children less than mere 10 age, 10 years of age. Keeping in mind that one part of the water is being used for these animals, the other part of the water that is there that can be consumed by humans are actually mucking up in due to the wastes of these animal culture fields. Much of the waste produced each year by all cattle, buffaloes, sheep, goats, pigs, chickens, and other animals raised and killed for food in India winds up in the nation's water. A Jammu and Kashmir State Pollution Control Board report warns that animal waste is chemically similar to domestic sewage but considerably more concentrated and that it pollutes streams and watercourses. Most slaughterhouses operate without any effluent treatment, so untreated waste ends up in the nation's waterways and pollutes our diminishing groundwater. Let us again go back to the fact that much of the water is being used in raising these animals, and just to produce 1 kilo of beef, it takes 13,000 liters of water. The rest of the water that is available is being used by these industries. These industries are actually dumping the waste, these animal waste, in them, making these waters also polluted and not consumable by humans. The waste from these cause many diseases, and solely because these animals are injected with various other chemicals to be able to fatten them up to make them as big as possible. Imagine the amount of waste that comes. Imagine the The waste, which is so much filled with chemicals that are being dumped into these waterways next to human civilization. There are many reasons as to why you should make the right decision. This is one of them. It is solely up to you to protect not only animals that are being brutally tortured, but also the people that are being starved, people that are being deprived of water, the basic necessities of life. And all you gotta do is pick up your phone, go on to kailasa.org, make that vote, make the right choice, make the people understand that this is not the right way of life, and understand the reasons why you have to make the right vote is because when you make the right vote, understand you are making and you're giving that beautiful and happy life that each and every animal is born into this earth with. And understand you are much more powerful than what you think. Power of change is right in your fingertips. You will be saving all these animals from these brutal slaughterhouses. You will be saving this whole planet Earth, and you'll be saving Mother Earth from this pollution. You will be giving a full plate of food and a glass of water to those who have been deprived of those necessities just by making the right vote. And at the same time, you will be able to implement the authentic reports back on track for all the people to follow. With the right vote, so many things are there. Because understand, just this meat eating diet, meat industry is actually a huge contributing factor for the whole chain reaction of this world. Just fixing this one issue can fix a lot more than you think. You making the right vote, switching to the right lifestyle can save this earth by thousand folds, and we'll be able to see a much brighter and a greener place by 2050. Let us dump all the stats and reports which say that we will not be able to see the world like this by 2050. Because right now we have the power to change right in our fingertips. Let us all use it for the right cause. We have time to change this whole situation. We encourage all of you to go to kailasa.org. Pick up your phones right now. Pick it up right now. Go to kailasa.org and make the right vote and enrich a lot of people about this particular problem which the world is facing. And we have been so ignorant for so long. And now let us put a strong stop to this one and let us make the right vote. Keep in mind, worldwide, animal agriculture is responsible for more greenhouse gas emission than transportation sector. The carbon footprint of greenhouse gases being released by this animal agriculture is so much that when you equal it to the kilometers driven, the per kilogram of food that's being produced, beef itself equals to 176 kilometers. So the carbon emission is equivalent to you driving 106 kilometers for just 1 kilogram of beef. And contrary, you can see all the vegetarian food like tofu, peanut butter, cheese, lentils. So you can see the drastic and stark difference right here in the stats. So beef takes more, and likely tuna, chicken, pork takes more than anybody can believe. Just at 1 kilogram of chicken produces 45 kilometers of you driving a car. So much of carbon emission has already happened. We keep thinking that climate change can only be stopped if we reduce the transportation, if we stop using cars and start going by cycles. But the truth is, the animal industry releases far more the transportation itself. In replacing beef plants in the US per person a year. So
Greenhouse gas emission goes down 96% if one person gives up beef and chooses vegetarian food. 96%. That is how much we can save the planet Earth by. Even every person who makes this decision is helping Mother Earth come out of this. We can stop climate change. We can help those that are suffering in Africa, Somalia, due to this climate change that is making these droughts happen frequently.
with the world facing increasing water shortage that has come about due to the unsustainable practices of man rather than reduced rainfall, the only sustainable way of sharing the available limited quantum of water, the prudent option and a scientific one, is to be a vegetarian by choice.
Your vote has the power to change the world. Again, your vote has the power to give life to millions of children out there that are dying of starvation, of thirst. Your vote has the power to change the millions of animals that are being caged, thrown, and killed brutally in these farmhouses just so we can have a good meal. Understand, it is time we all change. Let us come out of this and start living in harmony. Let us help those that are needed to be helped. Let us protect those that don't have a voice. It is only up to us to make the right decision. We are the change because we are the future. We request all of you to go on to kailasa.org and go on to make the right choice. We have presented you with all the facts that is required for you to make your decision. But in the end of the day, it is up to you. What you decide is going to decide the future of and for the next generation. And we're going to give you all a few minutes because all of you to please pick up your phones and influence. Go ahead and talk to your family, enrich the world, your family, your friends, and tell them why this vote is very important. Go on to Twitter and under the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred, we request all of you to voice out your opinion, to reach out to as many as people as possible because today is the only time we have to make the right choice. Every vote counts. Every person matters. One person is almost equivalent to saving billions and billions of people out there. Just imagine if we make this right decision, amount of people that are saved, the amount of animals that can have a fresh breath of life. For the past weeks, we've been giving you all the information related to the meat industry and the meat eating diet. And now all of you are educated enough, I can assume, to make the right decision and understand your decision gives a bright life to all the animals, saving them from the slaughterhouses, those brutal, torturous slaughterhouses. And your boat has the power to give a hearty meal with a glass of water to those who've been deprived of these necessities. At the same time, your boat has the power to make this whole earth change into a better place, a greener place, a much fresher place than it was before. So understand, just a click of your boat has so many beautiful changes which can actually happen. And take this opportunity because right now we are actually at the brink of collapsing completely. And for us to revive everything back to how it was before and rejuvenate ourselves, your vote is required. Your vote is required to make the right choices for not only ourselves, but for each and every being, from the animals to the people. Life. So we request all of you to go to kailasa.org and vote for what you think is right. Because in the end of the day, you are the one who's going to be making that decision. And we encourage all of you to go to Twitter right now and type in, tweet about what you feel about this whole thing, what you feel about meat eating diet, meat industry, and how it is affecting just everything in this planet Earth. Meat eating industry, meat diet is just involved in every single aspect of suffering in this planet Earth. And you making the vote can pick out this from the formula and let us see a bright future and a fresher Earth. So we request all of you to go to kailasa.org again and make the right vote. Inspire, empower, talk to people about what is right. We thank you all for joining us this session. We request all of you to again make the right decision because your vote matters. Every individual person here watching us, sharing this message, who's enriching the world, your vote matters. Thank all of you for joining us in today's session. Thank you. Nityanandam. Nityanandam.
Nityanandam. So powerful sharing on how the meat industry is destroying our planet Earth, how the meat industry is destroying, depleting us of the natural resources. This is Manitya Tattva
And this is Nityanandita.
Today we are going to be presenting to you how meat industry is the culprit behind the mass extinction of animals.
Before entering into today's topic, we would like to offer our humble gratitude, our heartfelt gratitude at the lotus feet of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We would like to start with the Sadguru Vandana.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Before knowing about the mass extinction caused by the meat industries, we've been seeing a lot about how drought is affecting, how the meat industry is causing drought, how the meat industry is the reason for global warming. We've been seeing a lot on that, causing desertification of lands, polluting lands, using more than half land on Earth. But did you know that annually 50 billion, 50 billion animals are being killed? We, human beings, totally, the whole wide globe has just 7 billion human beings. But what we consume, the amount of animals that we consume, go in billions, not one, not two, not three, 50 billion animals. And more shocking is we breed, we farm, and we eat 2.7 trillion fish, marine animals. Please understand, all that we are talking to you, we are bringing to you is not mere philosophies, it's not mere concepts that people just to create awareness. No, these are all researched scientific facts that are being hidden from us. If not for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who has taken the responsibility to lead and to guide Hindus to live a conscious lifestyle, we, humanity, majority of us, mainly Hindus, would have been unaware of such a dread happening to us. And unfortunately, we being a major part in causing the dread.
I'm sure all of us who are watching this right now have heard, because we have been sharing this for almost a month now, and we have heard directly from Swamiji for the last few years on what are the dreadful side effects of the meat industry. And all of us have also been seeing some scientific facts, and many of us are aware of many things that are happening. And some of you are also sharing this with us using the hashtag Hindu votes are sacred. So all of you could continue sharing it. I'm seeing Ma Balananda has tweeted, "We must save the earth now before it's too late. Denial is a disease and murders our planet." So like this, all of you, we encourage all of you to go to Twitter and share whatever you are finding like this. Please go to Twitter and share. Now, actually, we have a lot more to share with you. We are going to be continuing this. We are going to be sharing this with you right after the most awaited moment, which is the live darshan of Avatar. I'm sure all of us are eagerly waiting for this. We are going to be right after the satsang. We are going to be sharing some mind-blowing facts about meat industry, the culprit behind mass extinction. Now let's get ready with a small meditation. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out deeply and slowly. Start chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and get ready for the live darshan of the Avatar.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
மேல் பூத்த புவல்லி புதிதாய் புலர்ந்தது வெள்ளி நித்யானந்தம் சரணம் 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 நித்யம் நித்யானந்தம் சரணம் சரணம் சரணம்
on November 29th. All the Sarvajna Pithas across the globe are offering their Sashtanga Dandavat Pranams at the sacred divine lotus feet of His Divine Holiness Swamiji on this auspicious moment and offering the Mandagapadi at His divine feet. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilak.
புவி மேல் பூத்த புவல்லி புதிதாய் திரண்டு கூட்டம் பார்த்தவர் யாவரும் வசமே பரவசம் தானிதில் நிஜமே பார்த்தவர் யாவரும் வசமே பரவசம் தானிதில் நிஜமே தமிழ் தாய்
त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनिटिलकृतकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः दधानो दुस्तारं शिरसि फणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते ॐ गणानां त्वा गणपतिगं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन् ऊतिभिः सीदसादनम् ॐ श्रीमहागणपतये नमः। ॐ न कर्मणा न प्रजया धनेन त्यागेनैके अमृतत्वमानशुः परेण नाकन्निहितं गुहायां विभ्राजते तत्यतयो विशन्ति वेदान्तविज्ञानसुनिश्चितार्थाः सन्न्यासयोगात् यतयः शुद्धसत्त्वाः ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृतात् परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे दाह्रं विपापं परमेश्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकं पुरमध्यसग्स्थम् तत्रापि दाह्रं गगनं विशोकस्तस्मिन् यदन्तस्तदुपासितव्यम् यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परः स महेश्वरः। श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्रीमीना भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसार भूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेनेत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देश मम पप्रित मंजुष्टतमं वह्नितमं देवहूतमहृतमसि हविर्धानं त्रिगुंहस्वमाह्वार्मित्रस्य त्वा चक्षुषा प्रेक्षेमाभिर्मा संविक्था मा त्वाहिगुंसिषम् ओम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः धूपमाघ्रापयामि अथ दीपः ओम उद्दीप्य स्वजात वेदोपघ्नन् निरृतिं मम पशुगिश्च मह्यमावह जीवनं च दिशो दिशा मानो हिगुंसी जात वेदो गामश्वं पुरुषं जगत् अबिभ्रदग्न आगहि श्रिया मा परिपातया ओम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः एकहारती दीपं संदर्शयामि ओम मधुवातार्तायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्तोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगं रजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागम् अस्तु सूर्यः माध्वीर्गावो भवन्तु नः मधु 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 ओम श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः नानाविधानि नैवेद्यानि निवेदयामि आरात्रिकम् ओम सोमो वाये तस्य राज्यमादत्ते नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने सदाशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परावतार नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्
செய்திடும் தியானம் நித்யானந்த சக்தி ஸ்புரண தியானம் ஸ்தூல சூட்சும காரண சக்தி அமைதியும் உணரவே செய்திடும் தியானம் நித்யானந்த சக்தி ஸ்புரண தியானம் நித்யானந்தன் புகழ் பாடி மனம் வாழ்வில் ஆனந்தம் தேடும் நித்யானந்தன் புகழ் பாடி மனம் வாழ்வில் ஆனந்தம் தேடும் ஐந்து கோஷங்களின் மூலம் நித்ய நான்மீக தத்துவம் போதும் ஐந்து கோஷங்களின் மூலம் நித்ய நான்மீக தத்துவம் போதும் ஞானி யாரென்றும் எங்கென்றும் எப்படி உளரென்றும் ஆழமாய் உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அது நித்யன் ஆத்மஸ்புரண தியானம் ஞானி யாரென்றும் எங்கென்றும் எப்படி உளரென்றும் ஆழமாய் உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அது நித்யன் ஆத்மஸ்புரண தியானம் நித்யானந்தன் புகழ் பாடி மனம் வாழ்வில் ஆனந்தம் தேடும் நித்யானந்தன் புகழ் பாடி உடலோடு உயிர் தந்து உணர்வோடு மொழி தந்து உலகெங்கும் உயிர் கனியானவன் நித்யானந்தவயமானவன் நித்யானந்தவயமானவன் மலர் தந்து மனம் தந்து மகரந்த கனி தந்து பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தின் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் விழி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் மறுகையில் அபயம் திருக்காட்சி உதயம் நித்யானந்தன் தோன்றிடும் இது ஸ்வர்ண சூரிய பிரபை வாகனம் பல கோடி இதழ் பூத்திடும் மலராய் ஒளிரும் நித்தியன் திருமுகம் கரம் தாங்கும் திருச்சூலமோ புவியில் விழி நீங்க அருள் செய்திடும் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் குணம் தாண்டி உருவம் அதும் தாண்டி குருவாய் நித்யன் தோன்றும் எழில் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க நெறி காட்ட அவன் காட்சி தரும் வாகனம் அருளாக அகவாழ்வின் இருள் நீக்கி சன்மார்க்க
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and blessing. I welcome all the practicing, living Hindus, de facto Kailashians from all over the world. I welcome all the Sarvanya Pitakartas, Yajamans, manifestors, Sarvaparityagis, visitors, viewers, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Kailasas E-Gurukul students, NHU students. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Exist and operate from Paramashanta Swarupa, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. So you will understand, even though operating in the binary logic, binary world, the binariness of the world is not ultimate truth. Ultimate truth is more than the binariness of the world. Understand? Good and bad, right and wrong, 0, 1. This binariness is easy for operation, does not mean it is ultimate truth. Only the higher science can refute what you know as science. If you operate from the Paramashanta Swarupa, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you will understand the higher science. So you will know where the regular science which you know as science should be adopted, applied, and where it is inadequate. Listen to these three truths today Paramashiva is revealing. First, more and more operating from Nirvikalpa Samadhi will make you realize binary system with which this whole world is operating. Whatever you call as science, logic, rational, good, bad, right, wrong, everything, almost everything you know below the sun and above the sun is binary. Whatever human mind can conceive, consume, conceptualize, cognize, everything is binary. Good, bad, right, wrong, 0, 1, there or not, it's all binary. Even your third possibility is mixture of this binary. Existence of binary and denial of binary and mixture of binary only forms even your third, fourth, fifth component and cognition. To understand, operating from Nirvikalpa Samadhi will make you understand binary is easy way for coexistence but not ultimate truth. You should know how to coexist beautifully, easily, sweetly, happily, and you should know the ultimate truth. That is the uniqueness of your existence. People who learn only how to coexist happily may have power over the human society. Power over the human society is not always the truth of the existence. Hindus are literally wiped away. They don't have a land other than the Kailasa. Kailasa is the only Hindu nation which functions with the Hindu constitution. Hindus does not have land and they lost land and they don't have influence over the human existence does not mean they don't know the truth. I tell you. The ideal situation is knowing the ultimate truth and coexisting happily with other human beings. Yes, Hindus know how to coexist, but never decided to have power over people. They never wanted to convert their soft power into hard power. That is the reason They have been pushed to the extreme of almost extinct. Understand? The Nirvikalpa Samadhi will give you so many powerful cognitions and clarity about the ultimate truth and happy, blissful coexistence. Both. I want you to know these three statements are direct revelation from Paramashiva. I'll explain one by one. First statement, the truth. Operating from Nirvikalpa Samadhi will make you realize the binary existence may be easy but not ultimate. First. Second, listen to the second. Only better science, the greater science, can refute what you know as science. The greater science will be revealed inside you when you experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Because the greater science is conscious centric. The greater science is conscious centric. That is the reason I want the conscious centric greater science's lifestyle, which is a Hindu heritage, need to be protected and revived. Understand? The greater science implemented in day-to-day life is Hindu heritage. It needs to be protected and revived. The greater science need to be protected and revived. Whenever I see people understanding why the Hindu heritage need to be protected and revived from spiritual context, not because your father gave you, none of your parents, at least last 200 years, nobody knows what is Hinduism. Still, even the devoted Tamilians are thinking the Tanjore temple is the glory and the glorious expression of the Hindu architectural, artistic excellence. Hey, listen, Tanjore temple is the demonstration of the power manifestation signs of Kailasa. You need to understand, even the devoted Hindus started understanding Hinduism only in the binary logical level and binary level utility. See, I'll tell you one by one, step by step. When I started traveling all over the world, even the devoted Hindus all over the world who are holding on to Hinduism, even though they are dispossessed, highly devoted, highly dedicated. But unfortunately, they want to keep the Hinduism alive, Hindu heritage alive. They want to revive Hindu heritage alive. They want to revive Hindu heritage just because their forefathers gave. I tell you, you need to know Hinduism is greater science. Only then you will revive it rightly. I tell you. Operating from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I just know it is greater science. So I know why the Hindu heritage need to be revived, protected, and how it should be preserved and protected. Preservatives should not make the food poisonous. Preservatives should keep the food without getting destroyed and without becoming poisonous. If you don't know the reason to preserve, the preservatives you add may even make the food into poison. That is what so many new Hindutva people are doing. The third statement, let me make, and then I will explain step by step. The third statement from Paramashiva. The Anahata Dwani, sound of the silence of the cosmos, the Paramashiva, Shanta Swarupa Paramashiva, his existential vibration, Pranava, Omkara, when it is mapped to communicate with all the cosmic beings, it manifested as the language called Samskrita. And the same sound, vibration, principle, when it mapped to relate with human beings, it manifested as Tamil. Listen, both languages are just different dialect of the same sound. Same source sound developed for various fields is these two languages. Of course, from this, many other languages got developed. Especially for the art and poetry, Telugu was developed. Each field, for each science, languages started getting developed. The whole Hindu linguistic system, the language system of Hinduism, starts from eternal silence of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, his Pranava, his Omkara. Listen. One of the most happiest thing I feel in my life is the next generation which was getting into the neo-Hindutva has started realizing what I am saying. You need to know why we need to preserve, protect, revive Hindu heritage. When I see Dr. Murali from Tamil Nadu, Akhil, Anusha from US, all these people, they were all, even Mokshapriyan, Mukta, they were all slowly getting into the neo-Hindutva mental setup. I am so happy all these people have started realizing neo-Hindutva is not going to protect Hinduism. Neo-Hindutva is more dangerous to Hinduism, than the anti-Hindus. Anti-Hindus are straight enemies, virodhis of Hinduism. Neo-Hindutva is traitors of Hinduism. Soon you will understand. See, I am too ahead of my time. Down the lane, 50 years, down the lane, you will understand. Kailasa is the only place the pure Hinduism is preserved, protected, revived, and in the form of user-friendly. The preservatives neo-Hindutva is adding to preserve Hinduism is making Hinduism poisonous, means killing the core of Hinduism. So you can't consume it, you can't eat it. Even if you consume it, you will not be a Hindu anymore. I'll explain one by one. Whatever I am saying, all the neo-Hindutva groomed, people who are slowly getting groomed into neo-Hindutva, Dr. Murali from Tamil Nadu, Akhil Kodali, Anusha, Mokshapriyan, Mukta, all of them can understand what I am saying. The neo-Hindutva gang who wants to revive Hinduism, preserve Hinduism, protect Hinduism, their intention is right. I am not questioning their intention, but they do not know why Hinduism should be protected. Hinduism should be protected because it is greater science, not because it is given to you by your forefathers. Because even your forefathers does not know what is Hinduism. I challenge anyone who thinks Tanjore temple is just a symbol and grandeur of our temple building science or the great architectural excellence or our artistic excellence. Anyone thinks Tanjore temple is only that, doesn't know Hinduism. Doesn't know Hinduism. You need to know Hinduism is a greater science, and you need to know why Hinduism should be protected. Because it is greater science centered on superconscious. It is greater science centered on superconscious. If you know, it is greater science centered on superconsciousness. You will revive it in a right way, preserve it, protect it, revive it in a right way. If you think Tanjore temple is just a symbol of your architectural excellence and artistic excellence, you will try to preserve only that component. Only if you realize it is the manifestation of power manifestation signs of Kailasa, you will start looking for protecting, preserving, reviving that conscious signs, the greater sign. Neo-Hindutva is trying to kill the greater signs, and without giving place to the greater signs, is trying to revive Hinduism's just ordinary human level component. What West understands as religion, equivalent of that. Hinduism as equivalent of that, no doubt. Trying to protect, preserve, revive only that part. You will be just crypto-Hindu. You will be crypto-Hindu. Maybe you will have Sanskrit name, but not Sanskriti. Understand? This three statement. The third statement. The cosmic soundless sound, the vibration of the eternal silence, the intense vibration, aliveness of the eternal silence, Paramashanta Swarupa. That space mapped to establish communication with higher level vertical zone, vertical time zone beings, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. That is this side. And Bur, Bhuva, Suvat, Tapas, Satya. This side. Listen carefully. The up. Bur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. This higher loka. Atala, Vitala, Tula. The down lokas. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Batala. The down. The down and high. This vertical time zone beings. The sound map to communicate with this vertical time zone beings is Sanskrit. The language evolved is Sanskrit. The language evolved to communicate with human beings, the human sciences like medicine, Siddha, other branches. That is called Tamil later on. Please understand, when they evolved, there was no two separate languages. Different dialects for different departments. Hindi is the pure art, poetry. Poetry to communicate with vertical time zone beings too. Telugu is the pure poetry to communicate with whole humanity. Even the people who don't understand Telugu will understand the poetry of Telugu. Listen. I am not passing any judgment higher, lower on any language. I am just revealing some of the, don't drag me into the language fight. No, I am not interested in that. I am only revealing some of the most important sacred secrets, how languages evolved from the eternal silence, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, from the space of Kailasa. I don't want to get dragged. Which language is greater, higher, older, all these stupid fights. Language is just for communication. Use it and leave it. When you want to go out for a walking, jogging, how you use your shoes. When you come back, how you leave them outside your homes. In Hinduism, even now, we don't use footwear inside the home. We leave it outside. The moment you enter the home, there will be a place where you leave your footwear. How you use the footwear, shoes, anything for jogging, and leave it after you finish your walking, jogging, workout, and unclutch from it. Same way, language. Bring language to your tongue when you want to communicate. Once that is done, leave it out unclutch. Aham. Inside the aham, no language is allowed. Shoes are for jogging and be grateful for it, but leave it outside the home. Language is for communication. Be grateful for it and leave it outside the aham. No shoes inside home, no language inside aham. Aham is the pure space for Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva. Understand these three statements, all three have huge implication and impact. Implication and impact. You need to know the higher meanings of the Vedas will be revealed when you experience more and more Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When you start listening to my satsangs, you will understand more and more why I was doing what I was doing in 2002, 2001, 2003. Understand? If you understand now what I am doing Kailasa, with this clarity, if you look back last 26 years of my work, and if you start listening to my satsangs in 2002, 2003, you will understand, oh God, this is what Swamiji was telling exactly 20 years before. In 2002-3 discourses, satsangs, which we have video records and which we are uploading now, I am talking about Kailasa with absolute clarity. What I am going to do, I am spelling it out without mincing words in 2002-3, 20 years before. Don't think Kailasa is something new I invented 2 years before or 3 years before. No. From that time, I am very clear what I am supposed to do. This persecution made it little faster. If they were not persecuted me, I would have done it maybe little late when I am 50 or 60. When they started persecuting me, so it became survival need. And I have to make it happen. It happened. That's all. Everything I am doing now, I started 26 years before. Started working in various places, various ways. I am not just a person who goes on, speaks, philosophize and theologize, and I'm go-getter. I do it. I start working. I pick up stones and start polishing them. Even if I have to work with million stones to get 2 diamonds, I don't feel bored, tired, sick, lazy. No. When I see the old photographs, 2003, 4, if there are 2000 people around me there, now only maybe 20 or 30 are around me. But these diamonds I evolved from that 2000. From millions, I evolved thousands. From billions, I evolved millions. But I go on working, uncompromised. Whether I get millions from billion stones or just thousands from billions or hundreds from billions, I don't care. But I don't compromise on the quality of the diamond or the intensity of my hard work. That makes me who I am. Society will hate you, rate you, judge you, break you. It will do everything it can. Beyond that, what makes you stand with your integrity makes. Yes, millions are there. If you see the old photographs and videos, and especially if you go through the Nithyanandapedia, from that million of stones, I started polishing. Now whether thousands are around me or hundreds are around me, I don't care. I can stand in front of Kalabhairava and say, Mahadeva, I did not compromise on quality of my hard work or the quality of the diamond. This is what I have. Please accept. I can put it at his feet and stand with a tremendous humbleness and dedication and integrity to him. Listen carefully. Make this as the principle of your life. uncompromising hard work, uncompromising integrity. Integrity is actually the quality of elite. Hard work is the courage to be elite. Understand? Hard work is nothing but the courage to be elite. Integrity is nothing but the decision to be elite. Kailasa is the elite of Hinduism. Kailasa is the elite of Hinduism. Integrity is the decision to be elite. Hard work is the courage to be elite. I want all of you to contemplate on these three revelations today Paramashiva gave. So once you start contemplating, I can give you the detail, deeper understanding. Eating, feasting was never a royal way of lifestyle for Hindus. Understand? It was the mediocre way of existence. Fasting was the royal way of existence. All the people who guide the decision-making process in Hinduism were always the fasting-centric people. Whether Brahmanas or the queens, they were fasting-centric people. Fasting was the elite way of existence in Hinduism, never feasting. Feasting was okay once in a while during the celebrations, functions, festivals. But that was not the way of existence. Same way, integrity was way of the existence for elite of Hinduism. Hard work was the way of the existence for the elite of Hinduism. When I see many of the youngsters who would have gone into Neo-Hindutva as the best way to keep the Hindu heritage alive, is realizing my revelations, is giving me the real job satisfaction. If you trust Neo-Hindutva will preserve, protect, revive Hinduism, you are going to be cheated. "50 years down, you will see Kailasa is the only place where the pure original Hinduism is alive, preserved, and it's available in the form where you can consume and enrich yourself and enrich the world with the right context. Many times the preservatives kills the quality of food and makes it poisonous. You eat, gone. Food poison. You need to know why it should be preserved. Only then you will know the alchemistry to preserve and what should be preserved. With this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिणवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ
त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत्श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me, then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal. The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
I have heard about Babaji in the young age, and when I was traveling in Himalayas just before the Kedarnath, there is a place called Gauri Kund. One day suddenly in the evening, a bright young sadhu walking towards me. Then he smiled and he gave me this name which I am carrying now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The spiritual name is useful in three ways. One, this is the path for you to travel. Second, that is the goal you need to achieve. Third, it's my blessing. You will travel in that path and achieve that goal.
The spiritual name is creating a new being. Each spiritual name I give you is the space you are supposed to create within you.
With this beautiful satsang given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, highlighting the very fact that how the neo-Hindus, this era, this generation is killing Hinduism, is actually multiplying. And Swamiji, being Paramashiva himself, is giving us the right signs to how to establish ourselves in Paramashanta Swarupa, basically making us experience the higher states, so we are able to refute with this logical reasonings and conditionings that we have been born into. So Swamiji is beautifully revealing all these truths directly from Kailasa to make us understand what is a real lifestyle, what is the highest potential, and what is reality. He's opening it up all to us with his compassionate being and love. He's showing us the right path to live the right life, giving the right technique and how to establish ourselves in Paramashanta Swarupa, so we do not get agitated and we do not get riled up with whatever is happening. Instead, we're always in the space of completion. We're always in the space of Paramashiva. So this was the essence of Swamiji's satsang today. It was really beautiful. And for you to experience a lifestyle like this, a lifestyle where peace, Paramashanta Swarupa, is established in you, where you're able to actually experience the highest reality of life, join the e-Kailasa Citizen. Sign up for an e-passport and experience everything that Swamiji is revealing beautifully to us. With this, we would like to invite you all to tomorrow's satsang. You can join in on Nithyananda TV. And before we end, we would again like to remind all of you out there to please go and make your vote now. Go down to the link projected. Go down to kailasa.org and make your vote now.
We would like to end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.